Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the world and the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are with today Miss Nikki Curry, who's a renowned brand visibility and public relations strategist. Nikki is also a talent booker, a speaker, and dedicated to amplifying the voices of solopreneurs. Nikki Curry is recognized for her strategic leadership abilities and her insights. Her clients have been featured in Forbes magazine, MSN, Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance, and other national news media and such as ABC, NBC, CBS, as well as nationally syndicated radio shows and podcasts. As the principal owner of the Image Brand Company, LLC, and Nikki Curry Media Division for over 20 years, she's mastered result-driven publicity. She uses proven high quality and visibility public publicity strategies to help clients feel secure, confident, prepared, professional, and winners. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Nikki Curry.
Hello. Good afternoon. How are you, Mr. Darius?
I am all pumped up and ready to go because I got Nikki Curry Media on our show.
All right. I know we're going to have a good old time together. Looking forward to it.
Listen, with a resume and a bio such as yours, working with you is not only an honor, but it's far from a chore. I'm just excited about the fact that, we have someone with such brilliance in the space that you're in, and the fact that you really take pride and energy and enthusiasm in promoting and assisting other people to have their voices heard.
I appreciate that. Likewise, ditto. I appreciate being here with you, as well as being a part of the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. It is truly an honor to sit in this seat. Everyone doesn't get this honor, so I'm really honored to be here.
Well, the seat that you're in, I'm glad you said that, because the seat you're in is an honor, and I'm honored to be here as well to support the Black Business Network, especially because of what we do for children. The Black Business Network's focus is to make sure that we provide scholarships for high school and college students, and to make sure that we provide technology, laptops for young people to be able to get to the next level using technology today at the highest level. So thank you all that are watching, and please make sure that you contribute. Go online to the Black Business Network, blackbusinessexpousa.com, and donate now. So the hot seat. So this is called a fireside chat. And we have literally, all right now, 20 questions that we're going to fire at you, and you're going to fire back at us those answers that are going to help businesses understand what it is that they can be doing to really raise their profile and be at the top of their game from a publicity perspective. Is that all right?
That's fine with me. Let's get it.
So you've created what's called a visibility framework. And in your visibility framework, you have 4 different categories. And we're going to tap into each one of those. And so if anybody is watching without a pen or paper, we need you to get your pen and your paper right now, and you'll be able to hear the answers. When I start the question, you should be rolling, making sure that you're taking these notes, because you may not get this free opportunity until you watch the next show that Nikki Curry comes on the Black Business Network, which is why the Black Business Network has so much value. So let's get to work. All right. The first area is in your personal and professional journey. So what's one defining moment in your career that's changed everything, Nikki?
One of the most defining moments in my career was when I realized that achieving true recognition and visibility and even publicity, which there is a difference, that's not something that is stuck behind a gated community. We all can have that. We can all be a part of this elevation. Most people think that visibility and publicity is only for celebrities. That is not true at all. If you're ready to lead a movement, you too can have that. But when I realized that I no longer had to sit in the background or on the sidelines and just watch everyone else doing their thing, I said, okay, it's time for me to not only step up for myself, but to step up for my community. And I am a proud advocate for the underestimated movers and shakers. So I am here to give a voice to those people that feel like they have something to share, but they're voiceless. So I'm gonna show them how to do it. I'm gonna show them how to get it done.
I had to scoop my chair up to get into this, right? Because what we're going to do for people is turn on the light. We're going to turn on the light for you to be able to take that next step And for those who just don't quite know how. So let's get that. All right, because we got 19 more to go.
Uh-oh.
Thank you for that answer. I loved it. What's a lesson you learned early on that still guides you today?
That's a great question, because I believe we learn through our lessons and through our experiences. There are teachable moments all around us. And one of the things as business owners and leaders, we need to learn that our brand really doesn't belong to us. Our brand is perceived and created around the people that see us, the perception and the value that we give out. So it's not about what you say about yourself, it's what others say about you. You're not in the room. And that's how you build your credibility. You can't control my perception of you, Darius. You can't control what I think of you. You can only control what you put out there. Does that make sense?
Makes total sense.
So, yeah, people, we get it mixed up a little bit. We think that, oh yeah, my brand is this. I'm building a brand. Yes, you're building a brand, but your brand really doesn't belong to you. I'm sorry. It really doesn't. I know there's some experts that will not agree with me, but I have learned in my field of study, in my space, with my experience or in my experiences, that our brand does not belong to us. So you better be careful in what you're doing with your brand. What you put out there is what you attract. And that's your perceived value. That is your positioning. Brand positioning is so important, especially as leaders, especially as Black leaders. We have to be 3 steps ahead. We have to know what we know. We got to talk what we talk, but we also got to do what we do. Our action speaks louder than words.
I like that.
When you're out there doing things, when you're out there doing things little willy-nilly, it comes back on you. And everyone that you associate with, everything that you say, all of that is a part of your visibility plan. And it's an extension of your brand. Your brand is everything. That's why your brand should always be evolving. You should always be trying to get better at that piece, but understand that it really doesn't belong to you. It really doesn't belong to you.
I love the fact that you talked about, work what you work, but do what you do.
Do what you do. Yeah. Talk is cheap, talk is cheap all day.
What did it say? Walk it like you talk it?
Walk it like you talk it.
There you go. I love that. You don't control the brand, but you control what you put out there.
That's it.
Okay, so that's that note. Make sure you got it. Okay, next. How do you navigate a major failure or setback?
Man, setbacks is a part of the territory. It is a part of the business piece, the landscape. I've been a part of businesses that didn't work out. I mean, I've done everything. I used to own a shoe company. And the business model was set up like Mary Kay. We used to do home-based shoe parties. And I made a lot of money. This is even when I was in corporate America. I would go to work every day, 9 to 5, build relationships there, and sell my shoes, clothing, and all of that stuff in my image brand services on the side. Made money on both platforms. But I've had things that didn't work out. I had things that did work out. I had opportunities to slip away. Let me correct that. Opportunities never really slip away. They're just passed on to someone else.
Got it.
Opportunities never, you don't really miss opportunities. They're just passed on to someone else. And I have experienced that firsthand, especially with this visibility thing. But it has taught me how to navigate, rejection, turn into redirection. And I'm telling you, my failures, I will fail fast. I will fail 80% of the time, but that 20% that's where the magic lies. So that's how I've overcome, setbacks and failures.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. Because we all go through those peaks and valleys.
Right.
And so we need to be able to know how to navigate, through those peaks and valleys. And that is some excellent advice. So speaking of advice, what's the best advice you've ever received and from whom?
That's a tall order there, because even though I've had the opportunity to work with some amazing people, coaches, mentors, I would never go without a coach. I would never go without an advisor. I'm a part of several masterminds for different visibility, all those things, and some of my mentors and coach. But I would say the best advice I received is from my mother and my sister. I just lost my mother not too long ago. And I grew up around the concept of being the best that you can be. Don't be perfect, but being the best that you can be. And remember to lead with love. So that's why people call me a servant leader. I own that. I claim that. I claim that space. I am a servant leader. I'm also a thought leader and a visionary leader. But as a servant leader, when you lead with love, because my mom told me love is what love does. And I couldn't understand it when I was younger. Love is what love does. So you can't tell me you love me in business, in my personal life, and then you treat me like crap. So you can't tell me you love me. Love is what love does. And it doesn't always have to be gifts and financial stuff, but how you treat me, how you treat your clients, how you treat your employees, how you treat your service providers. That says a lot about you and your brand. Does that make sense, Darius? And I'm kind of personal and I'm kind of on the business side, but well, that's the best advice I can remember. Love is what love does. So be careful in how you step out there. Be careful in what you say. Love is what love does.
Well, Nikki, it makes total sense to me because our company, the Stanton Group, we really focus in when using the win-win-win model. One of the things that we have is a common pillar. You touched on a few of those things. One is business is personal because it's people that are doing the business.
Right.
And the old dog eat dog, well, actually, it seemed like the dog eat dog's coming back to business, but mindset, instead of really focusing on emotional intelligence in the workspace and in the business atmosphere and environment, people are more prone to, to stab you in the back to get ahead.
That's right.
You up in the meeting and make you look bad so that, it makes you look better,
right.
Versus calling the people in advance and saying, hey, I didn't understand what you said in the email. Can you run that by me before we get to the meeting so we're on the same page?
Right.
Those keys, that's going to how you treat people, right?
How you treat people.
That's right.
And that's a part of leadership. That's leadership.
That's real leadership.
That's all it is.
Now, the unfortunate thing is people are still in leadership roles that are practicing the opposite and teaching people to do the opposite.
Exactly.
Right? So that's why it's important for people to work with folks like Nikki Curry Media so that they understand the value in being able to treat people good, and it pays off for you in the long run because of the value of the relationship. Relationships can get you in doors that money cannot. So you said something about your mother told you to lead with love, right? Love, don't show me what love. My brother Messiah Ramkissoon has a song. Don't show me what love says, show me what love does.
That's it. I heard that every day of my life. Love is what love does. And it got on my nerves until I got older. And I started saying it to my children. Love is what love does. And they're like, what are you talking about? Love is what love does. And a place for everything and everything in this place. See, I'm going to get a little deep here. Give me a minute, Darius.
Get deep with it. Come on, we got time.
And I didn't know this. I really didn't understand this. A lot of things that we do, the lanes that we're walking in, the paths that we're on now, a lot of this stems from the things that we experience as children, our childhood stuff, even our trauma. And some of us that are into leadership or we go into business, a lot of us are working in those businesses trying to do some of the things or correct some of the things that we are against. That's why I teach and preach visibility, because I'm here for the underdog. I know what it's like to feel like the underdog. I really do. I know what it's like to be underestimated. Being underestimated is my superpower. And that's why I teach others, because as a child, I was underestimated. I was an afterthought. And it made me realize that I didn't know this at that time. As I got older and became a business owner and became a leader and being in different rooms, it's like, okay, your main job is to empower others. And that's what I do. That's what I do. But I just do it through the forms of marketing and PR and all that, and help build brands and all that good stuff. But it's what I do. And it's something that I hated when I was a young child. Wow. That's why I'm here. That's my assignment.
I love it. Well, we are so glad that you're taking your assignment and running with it, and that you took the tools and gifts that and lessons that your family trained you in to really create what it is today. I mean, again, when people get a chance, go to Nikki Curry Media and, look at, tell us your website so people can go, find you.
Well, we do have a landing page where they can get some tips and things from us. They can go to tinyurl.com/Nikki Curry. My website is being revamped right now, or they can connect with me on LinkedIn. Now, LinkedIn is better than any website I know because it has a built-in audience. That's a visibility strategy that I teach my people. If you want to see the real brand tone or the brand voice of Nikki Curry, check me out, Nikki Curry Media on LinkedIn. All my stuff is there. I lay it out there. I give it all. I give you my best and you'll pay for the rest.
Oh. Come on, we go with the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics Freestyle. We got you right here live with Nikki Curry Media. Okay, let's keep it moving. So make sure, hey, listen, we're gonna have a quiz at the end of the class today. Okay. So we're gonna make sure people know what's going on. We're gonna look for it in the chat. We want to make sure that people are putting it out there. So
I know that's right.
So here's the next question. If you could go back and give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be?
If I can give myself one piece of advice, if I can go back, I would say permission granted. Stop waiting for permission. Own your space. That's the biggest block I see with my leaders, with my aspiring leaders, my servant leaders, my thought leaders. They're waiting for someone to tell them, oh, you can do this. Go ahead. And I know it's easier said than done. But again, I am here for the underestimated underdog, for the movers and shakers. They have a message and their message will be heard. If I have anything to do with it, their message will be heard. Yeah, but that's the advice I would give myself. Own your space, girl. Get out there. Do it. Stop sitting on the sidelines. Get in the game. Carry the ball. Because the hurt ones play stronger, right? The hurt ones, we always playing. No matter what's going on in our lives, we got to get out there and do our thing. That's a part of our assignment.
I love it. I love it. So, this is you talked about just getting out there and not waiting on permission from somebody else. And God already gave you gifts, right? The talent is there. You have what you have on the inside. Just go ahead out there. Don't wait. And I also love what you said about done, right? Focus on getting it done, not perfect. That's what Marcus Johnson, one of our business partners, talks about all the time. Don't focus on perfect. Focus on done. Just get it done.
Right.
Okay, so now we started off with the first 5 questions, and the first 5 were personal and professional journey. Now we're going to jump into the next level on your visibility framework, and that is leadership and visibility. So here we go. How do you balance being visible while staying authentic? How do you balance being visible while staying authentic?
I'm going to say the first thing I do, and I recommend to my clients, shift your mindset. The moment you decide you belong in the room, everything shifts. But you have to make that decision first. Everything starts with the decision. And then you also have to realize that visibility is not about just being seen, performing. You're not a performing seal, none of that. It's about showing up with your purpose, stepping into your assignment, going for your wins, and don't be afraid to clap for others. See, there's a saying out there that says, I will clap for others until it's my turn. That's me. I will clap for you. I will motivate you. I will push you. I will put your name in rooms that you don't even know about. I teach a professional development program. I'm one of the teachers or one of the leaders, and we teach our 30 minority women in this program that you need 3 people in your life. There are 3 roles, and this goes for any leader, any business owner, all of that. You need 3 people to be in your corner. That's a coach, that's a mentor, and a sponsor. And there is a difference. There is a difference. That sponsor, I'm all 3, right? But that sponsor is that person that's putting your name in rooms that you don't even know about. Black Business Network has put my name in rooms. People I didn't even know. They knew me. Black Business Olympics has put me on stages I didn't know about. And I book speakers all around the world. This is my stage. I sell shine, create shine, build shine. But Black Business Network has put me in front of people. This global network is my sponsor. Dr. Eric Kelly is my sponsor and my mentor. He doesn't know it yet. My mentor and my coach. That's what we need. Again, like I said earlier, I would never go without someone to tell me, guide me. I'm coachable. I don't care how long I've been in business. I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I'm always open to coaching.
So break down the difference for me, if you will, of a sponsor, and then the coach, and then the mentor. Okay.
So the mentor is there. The mentor is not there to be your best friend, right? That's not their assignment. The mentor is there to provide correction for you, to tell you the hard stuff, to show you where to go. Similar to a coach, but the mentor is like, okay, you're going to do it like this. No, what's your thoughts on this? The mentor is going to make you think more. The coach is going to give you a little guidelines. It's going to give you that perspective, practical usage. The coach will do that. But like I said, that sponsor is your top of mind. Again, that's branding. You're top of mind. Hey, you need this? Oh, let me introduce you to Nikki Curry. Oh, you need that? Let me introduce you to Mr. Darius Stanton. Here's why you need to meet Mr. Darius. That's what a sponsor does. And they do it without hesitation. A good sponsor would do it because they know you deserve it. Okay? You're just waiting to lead. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense.
Okay. Yeah. A coach, a mentor, and a sponsor. I teach this. I have a 12-week program, a part of a 12-week program that we teach this to 30 minority women, low to moderate income women. They have been selected, handpicked by me and a few other members to be a part of this program. And we pay them to go through this professional development. Once they go through this, they understand. They understand I am now a leader. It's a leadership program.
And you understand the value.
I learned too.
You say that again?
And I learned too. I learned along with them. Yeah.
Well, you understand the value of being an open system, because open systems give energy and they exchange and they take energy. It's the energy exchange. Closed systems either totally take or totally give.
Right?
And closed systems die. And so you understand the value of the win-win-win because of the fact that you are actually pouring into somebody else, understanding that if I see this business that has potential and they grow, when I need something, I can go back to them. But if I'm the only one winning, I can't. Who do I go to?
Right.
You know, so the value of pouring into people and actually paying them so they can understand it. Oh, it number one, it pays to learn.
That's it right there.
It's a tangible asset. I'm paying you to learn. Oh, it pays to learn. It pays to read. It pays to do my research. It pays to do my homework. It pays to study subjects that I want to get into in business and not just jump into it and think because I got the gift for gab or because I know some people or because I did this, but really study people who are in the craft and really understand. By the way, I got that from our coach, Dr. Kelly.
Right.
And my mother and a host of other people, but I always love to give credit where credit is due.
Me too.
Why you want to tune into the Black Business Network because of that. Excellent point. So now let's go to the next question. what strategies have helped you build credibility in your industry?
Like you just said, first, shifting my mindset. I had to shift my mindset because I can't teach others what to do, how to elevate their platforms, how to create an executive presence, how to be a thought leader, how to be a subject matter expert or a person of authority until I shift my mindset. I'm so used to working behind the scenes. I'm so used to pushing and encouraging others that I decided a while ago that now it's for my time to step up and lead from in front of the room. And what I mean by that is to educate. It's not so much about being seen, look at me, look at me. I don't care anything about that. Never have, never will. But it's about, I want to be able to help more people. But in order for me to help more people, they have to know I exist. They have to know I exist. I got to walk my walk, talk my talk, because activity breeds activity. So some of the strategies that have helped me and helped my clients build credibility within their industries, because people don't know they exist, making them or showing them how to find their unique value, showing them how to create a plan, a visibility plan to increase their credibility, because it's not a cookie cutter process. What may work for you, Darius, may not work for me. It may not work for me. So you have to know, you have to build your visibility and your credibility based on your strengths, based on your own terms. You can't do what Mary, Jane, and Joe is doing over here. You got to build your own platform based on you, your expertise, and know your strengths and know your weaknesses. So that's important. I teach them how to leverage media. I teach them how to get with reputable organizations. Who you associate with says a lot about you. It's an extension of your brand. It really is. I teach them about messaging, how to be consistent in their messaging. Your messaging is a part of branding. And I keep going back to branding because you can't have visibility, you can't have publicity without effective branding, right? I don't care how many websites you got, landing pages you have, social media channels you have, but if your brand is messed up offline, it's going to be messed up online. See what I'm saying? So your messaging, the three main important factors of branding, effective branding, is your image, the way you show up. Think about the way you show up. If you show up every time you are out in the public, because your public is everywhere, your public is watching you. If you think about, what's his name, Steve Jobs, he would show up in the black shirt, black t-shirt. That's a part of branding, right? That's important. The other piece is I said the image, then the messaging. The messaging is second, right? How you position yourself, how you create your platforms. The third important factor of branding is your point of view. Everyone has a point of view. Everyone has a point of view. I teach my clients how to share their point of view, how to share their perspectives, because your perspective is what sets you apart from everyone else. You may not agree with me, you may not like me, but I believe you're going to be listening to me. And you know what we call that? Public relations.
Being coached. Being coached.
Being coached. That's it.
You must be coachable.
Yep.
So let's go from authenticity to what do people and we're running now. We got to. So after this question, I'm gonna start hitting you with, boom. We go 30-second, boom, 30-second, boom. We're gonna get this list. All right, we're gonna do this fireside chat.
Gotcha.
Carry media style. Okay. What do most people misunderstand about leadership?
They misunderstand that it's not about your title. It has nothing to do with your title. That is nothing to do with your title. It's about influence and impact. And influence is built on consistently showing up for your people.
Next question. What's the difference between being an expert and being seen as one?
Everybody want to call themselves an expert, but
they will be the SME. They got that on a resume. I'm a thought leader. What makes the difference?
The difference is an expert has knowledge, a visible expert has impact. That's the difference. The difference is in positioning, storytelling, and strategic visibility. This visibility thing has to be strategic. If you want to be an effective leader, it needs to be strategic. You can't be out here willy-nilly. That's my 30 seconds.
Wow. Okay, great. I got it. What strategies have helped you build credibility in your industry?
Like I said earlier, leveraging media, right mindset, aligning with the right organizations, attaching my name to the right people, the right causes, being effective, walking my walk, talk my talk.
One day we need to come back and talk to our Black Business Network about cause-related marketing. That's a whole show in itself. But would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, and it's speaking to exactly what you just talked about, correct?
Correct.
So look it up. But if you want deeper, go to Nikki Curry Media to her LinkedIn page, and she will work with you on how to take that cause-related marketing and help your business go to the next level. Okay. Next question. What's a visibility mistake you've seen leaders make too often in public?
Saying the wrong thing. No, I'm sorry.
Tell it like it is. It's Sunday.
I know. I'm gonna switch gears because I've been asked that before. And I call them PR nightmares. But sometimes our leaders, they get the big head.
Ego.
They get the big head and they forget that there are people on their team or on their staff that help them to be successful, to help them carry out the vision and the goals. That's nothing irks me more than that. Be very careful how you treat your internal customer, which is your team. Don't forget about your people. You can't do this thing called life or business without your people.
Speaking of one of our coaches, rest in peace, Mr. Cecil C. Burton. I was writing a letter to a housing authority about a program that they cut that was really seeing like tremendous results with young people. And I read the letter to him and he called me champ. Words have power. He said, champ. He said, great letter. He said, but I want you to change one word. I said, what's that? And he said, in addition to changing it, from now on, I want you to use this word in place of I, and that's we.
That's it. That's it.
And he said, when you write that letter, they don't know if that we is 10 people or one person, 25 people. They don't know how many people we is. But he said, the other thing you're doing is you're giving credit to the people that help you get to where you are. And the people that are helping you will feel so much better and more inspired to do more for you. They already go through the fire for you, but they'll go through the winter, the summer, the spring, and the fall if they know that you really have their best interests at heart as well.
Absolutely.
If you're already in the role of manager, director, CEO, business owner, entrepreneur, founder, why wouldn't you give someone who developed the PowerPoint or developed the report, give them the credit? And oh, by the way, let them present it. Give them the feedback so they can present more. So people see, and don't you know, when people do business internationally, they have 6, 7, 8 people on one side of the table and 6, 7, 8 people on the other, because they don't want to just see one person, because they know that one person doesn't have the capacity to bring scale to the playground.
That's it. That's it. And if you think you did it all yourself, good luck with that, because you can't do it all yourself. I don't care if you have a team of 1, 3, or 0. You still need others to support you. We're not well versed in 100% of 100 subjects. There's no way we know everything about everything. We're not eBay trying to be all things to all people. We can't be eBay, the eBay syndrome. That's what I call it. Stop trying to be all things to all people. Give people the recognition that they deserve. They may not want a pat on the back or the accolades and all of that, but people like to reflect their work. They like to see their results. We're human beings. So treat us the way we would want to be treated. I don't care how many titles you have, how many acronyms and letters behind your name. You put your pants on one leg at a time and treat people as such.
I love it. Listen, I'll tell you, better have your homework. We better have your homework. All right, we're doing good. So let's keep it moving. How did you gain confidence as a storyteller and a public speaker?
Whew. For me personally, I've always been able to communicate. My background is in business and communication, but I was a quiet leader or the quiet communicator. I would sit back and watch and observe everyone else. And then I would bring things to the table to fight for the underdog. Remember, I said I'm here for the underestimated, the underdogs of the world. And it taught me that I can no longer sit quiet. If I'm going to right some of these wrongs, I got to learn how to speak up. And especially in corporate, being the first African-American in my department, had to change my name, had to do a little code switching. I had to learn how to speak up and advocate, not only for myself, but for others. I'll tell you that story one day, how, well, I'm going to say it. Nikki Kerr is not my government name, but it's a name that I had to adapt in the environment that I was in corporate America.
Wow.
And became one of the top people in the advertising world in that particular industry, in that particular field. So that's a whole nother talk show there.
Hey, well, look, we would definitely, you know, the Black Business Network is 24/7, 365. You see it 24 hours. So we're working to get that. So we're going to have time to hear that story from Nikki Curry Media. So speaking of confidence,
I appreciate that.
What makes a speech or a talk truly memorable?
Okay, so now we're talking about visibility. Speaking, communication is one of the biggest things that you can do to increase your visibility, to elevate your platform. Because when you're speaking, and I book speakers. I book some of the world-renowned speakers, and I don't talk about that piece because it doesn't mean anything. But what happens is when you're able to speak, when you're able to lead from in front of the room, I don't care if you're leading one person or 500 people or 5,000, but when you're able to lead as a speaker, that does nothing but elevate your platform, because they're looking at you as a subject matter expert, right? Or they're looking at you as a thought leader or visionary leader. And I'm going a little bit deeper if you don't mind.
No.
Because speaking is underestimated, underrated, but speaking is not for everyone. That's why I say you have to build your platforms on your terms, define what you want to do. But speaking is something, you're an educator, you're a teacher. Subject matter experts, they are experts and they have knowledge, and they share that knowledge based on their field, based on their lane. Visionary leaders, they speak in a more broader term. Thought leaders, they're speaking not on a specific subject, but they're talking futuristic terms. They're talking futuristic plans, creating that visibility, creating that thought leader vision to show people what's possible. And that's the difference in speaking. And most people don't talk about that. Most people don't know that. This speaking game is a business of its own. And I encourage people, listeners, viewers, my clients, my people, my community, speaking is the best way for people to learn who you are. It is the best way for people to become a part of your community. You want to build community. You can build content all day long. Content is king, community is queen. You want to build your community through speaking. That's one of the best visibility strategies I can give you. And there's a whole another talk show to speaking, the business around speaking, how to do it, where to do it, what you should be doing, where you should be on the stage. All of that stuff is important. When you tell stories on the stage, it's called hologramming your stage. I can go on and on about that. But most people don't know that.
Hey, look, I'm coachable, Nick. I got my notebook right here, okay? So you see me I'm over here taking notes. You know, I'm listening while I'm walking, and I'm talking while I'm learning. So I'm rolling right here with you.
I appreciate that. And you hear me talk about LinkedIn all the time. one of my best visibility strategies. Now, if you're into visual branding, I would say Instagram or TikTok, whatever, you're going to use social media. But on LinkedIn, more speakers are picked up from LinkedIn. I get a DM or something every other week about speaking or doing a workshop. Subject matter experts, we should be doing breakouts and workshops. If you want to know where they're hiring people right now, they're booking people right now for their upcoming conferences. Speaking season is throughout the year, but it really gets hot for speakers September, October, and November. We shut down for the holidays a little bit. January, people are on fire right now. There's a call for speakers. Hashtag call for speakers. I'm giving y'all the sauce now. I may have to send you an invoice, but hashtag call for speakers, hashtag call for presenters. Go to X, go to Twitter, go to LinkedIn, speak and write on LinkedIn. You will be picked up for a speaker. I hear a testimony every day from my people. Nikki, you told me to get involved with LinkedIn. Do you know I'm going to be doing a speech internationally now? I'm an international speaker now because of my work on LinkedIn. You told me to increase my visibility on LinkedIn. Okay, I'm sorry. I got excited.
No.
I went on a rant.
Words have power. You might apologize, but for what? You dropping dimes. All right, here we go. How can entrepreneurs, so now we're going to shift to entrepreneurship and branding, and we bring it on home.
Okay.
How can entrepreneurs leverage personal branding for business growth?
Like I said earlier, your brand is always evolving. Nothing comes before the branding piece. That's how you build your community. You attract your tribe through your vibe. You got to put the right pieces in your brand, and you don't even get attached to business cards. For those of you that are still using tangible business cards, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm still old school. I do both. I do the digital business cards and I do the tangible business cards. Just depends on what room I'm in and what audience I'm in front of. But I will also say, make your brand, create a brand that is sticky. Create a brand that people would love to be a part of. Create a brand that just automatically draws your people to you. And the best way to do that is to be more interested than others, than you trying to be interesting. Be interested. I'm more interested in you, Darius, and what you're doing, because if I think you are part of my tribe or I need what you're offering, I'm going to be more interested in you than you trying to be interested in me. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be like, look at me.
First of all, you're being humble. You don't know everything. It's an exchange of information. You want to create a reciprocal relationship with your tribe.
That's it. Reciprocity.
All right, let's go to the next
back
one.
and it comes back to me. Some people say, oh, you give away way too much information. You need to be charging, you're charging. I agree with that because I'm in business. I'm not only in business to serve, but I do have to make money because I like to eat at least once a day. At least once. So I have to make money. I have things I have to pay out, business expenses, but I'm a giver. I'm a servant, and I know it's coming back to me. It comes back to me every day.
Well,
every day.
What people, I'm going to give a tip if I could. You're adding value because now people can see the value in what you're getting. I have a price point. You need to see why it's so valuable to pay that price because of the content that I'm giving you for free.
That's it. That's it. Give them your best. They'll pay for the rest. And I'm telling, and that's what a speaker does. A speaker, if you're using speaking as your visibility strategy, you got to give them something of substance. When I'm working with organizers, event planners, and media planners, and meeting planners, and all that stuff, booking people for radio, TV, magazine, whatever, I ask them specific questions. What is the outcome? What are the results you would like to see? Because they're not going to stroke your check as a speaker. They're not going to put you on their platform, their vetted platform, and if you can't deliver results. You got to go in as an educator and a teacher. Workshops, breakouts, you're doing a specific topic, subject. Visionary leaders, your keynote.
Right. Got it.
I'm giving you the sauce, Darius. I wasn't planning to do this.
As fast as I'm picking it up fast. You putting it down. I'm putting it down. I'm picking it up. All right, here we go. Last three. What's an underrated strategy for getting media attention?
underrated strategy is low-hanging fruit. Again, I teach this. There's a in the media world, media relations, the media is always looking for content. You heard me say, content is king, community is queen. They come to people like me, but they rather come to people like you, the business leader, the thought leader, the person that's doing something, nonprofit leader. They rather come to you and get a story. And there's always a story to be told. And one of the low-hanging fruits, undervalued strategy is using the national awareness calendars. If you go to nationaltoday.com, there's a holiday, awareness day, something every single day, National Donut Day. I bet you if you go to nationaltoday.com, what is this, February the 2nd? There's a date for something. There's something going on. There's a day out there. National Rubber Duck Day. Go to Google. You'll see something that's trending. Go to Twitter or X, formerly Twitter. You'll see something trending. They're looking for that content. They build their content around awareness and awareness days and holidays. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did, as always. What's the secret? Here, our last two, we bring it in. What's the secret to staying relevant in a crowded industry? I think I might have, you think you might have shared part of it, but I'm going to let you say it, and then I'm going to see if I got it right. I'm going to write it down, make sure I keep myself on.
and I have a couple of answers to that, but I'm gonna give you a quick answer. I don't care how many people are in your space. I don't care how many people are doing what you're doing. They're not you. They're not you. And again, you attract your vibe by being authentic, by being genuine, by being you. I know 5 million, quazillion, that's that Medea math, but I know 100,000 people. I'm in a mastermind group with 20,000 people that's in the same space that I'm in. Media, PR, agents, managers, Hollywood, celebrities, publications, editors, 20,000, but we still depend on each other. We still celebrate each other. In other words, we still do what we do because there's only one Nikki Curry, and I'm not worried about what other people are doing. I'm not, because my people are going to come to me. The underestimated movers and shakers, they know I got their back. And you don't have to be a celebrity to be in my camp.
I know that's right. Well, I'm signing up. Where can I find? I want to be in the Nikki Curry camp today. I'm sign me up for the Nikki Curry camp. All right. What's next for you, and what legacy do you want to leave behind? This is it. This is over. After that, we running, and you all going to come up with our next speaker who is out of this world. If you thought Nikki Curry Media is phenomenal, you are right. And so is our next speaker. But Nikki, so what's next for you, and what legacy do you want to leave behind?
That's a heavy question, and I don't want to get emotional about it, but it's something that's been coming up in my space for a long time, and that's expanding my impact. That's the legacy I want to leave. Let the work I've done speak for me in my personal life and my professional life. Again, I'm not trying to be the best and the celebrity and all of that. I just want to be that impactful person. I want someone to say, if it wasn't for Nikki Curry, or Nikki Curry showed me how I can step into my greatness and own my greatness, and now I'm doing it, and I thank her for it. That's all I want.
Listen,
the impact. That's it.
Nikki Curry Media, Nikki Curry, it has been such an honor and a pleasure to be here with you on this fireside chat. On behalf of the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics, we are so grateful for your talent, your treasure, and the willingness to share and give to people. Make sure you share this. Make sure you write these down. Go back and review it again and get the notes. Make sure you like it, because we're making sure that young people benefit from scholarships, and we're making sure they benefit from laptops here on the Black Business Network. Nikki Curry Media, thank you so much for joining us. And genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have the honor and pleasure to speak to Miss Shakara Campbell. Welcome, Shakara.
It's Charkia Campbell. Good morning. Well, good afternoon.
Shakira, I butchered that. I apologize. Shakira Campbell.
Charkia.
Got it. Do you have a nickname?
They call me Cece, but it's
Charkia.
Charkia. It's with Charles.
Charkia. Got it. I apologize. I humbly apologize. I'm going to go ahead and introduce you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring you up as of yet, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce you and tell the people a little bit about you. And then we're going to get into our fireside chat. So a little bit about Shakira. Cece, she's an pioneering entrepreneur in women's and fashion and retail. She founded He Loves Curves, a boutique in Cleveland, Ohio, catering to slim and curvy and plus size women. Since launching in 2014, the brand has expanded to locations in Richmond Heights and Strongsville, with the later franchise in South Park Mall. Shakira's vision for He Loves Curves is to empower women to feel confident and beautiful. Beyond retail, she has hosted high-end fashion shows and authored Thoughts of a Married Woman. We still have cravings. I'm sorry. You know what I'm going to do? I apologize, Shakira. I'm going to let you tell the world all about you and your brand. You can do a better job than I can. Please go ahead and let us know who you are. All these amazing things that I see on your bio. I'm having problems reading my teleprompter, but you please tell us all about you.
Okay, well, my name is Charkia Campbell. As I said earlier, I'm the owner and CEO of He Love Curves Boutique, where I give women back their sexy from small to 6X, their confidence and their success. I also have the opportunity to franchise out my boutique, which was located in Strongsville Mall. I am an author of Thoughts of a Married Woman, Commitment Doesn't Stop Cravings. I am now located at 5194 Wilson Mills Road, where I also house a new business called Vendetta's Box. I have 18 other businesses inside of there. I also do huge fashion shows in the city of Cleveland, allowing every shape, every size woman get their confidence back on their runway, designers, new business owners, new entrepreneurs to, get a chance of being in the spotlight. I also, I do a lot. I have independent living home for children that age out of the foster care system to bridge over until they're 21 years old, me and my husband. I am a whole ball of life, and I'm a life coach, motivational speaking. So
wow.
That's part of Sharkia Campbell.
see, I could have never done that. So thank you for sharing that information with us. I want to jump into some questions here. I want to talk to you about your platform. I want to talk to you about all of the endeavors that you are part of. I know you're doing some great work, some really great work. So give me a few minutes and let's talk. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. So tell me, my first question to you is, where are you from and what was your family composition growing up? Because you know that childhood and growing up and the things that we experience as children plays an important part of who we are today.
Single parent home, but father, definitely great to be able to deal with and talk to. My mom was very independent and she was definitely a leader. I became a 16-year-old mom. I did not finish high school, got a GED at 30 and started my career.
And look at you now, serial entrepreneur, serial leader. You are a thought leader. You are doing it. You're showing us how to get it done. Oh, wow. So thank you for sharing that information with us. My next question to you is, when it comes to school, some of us, school wasn't our forte. And some of us, it was really our launching pad for what we do today. Tell us about, what was school to you? How did that play a part in your life academically and socially?
I did like school. School was a bit weird for me. I loved school, but I never really studied. And my mom had this issue with it. She's like, we don't understand her. She passed every test, but she doesn't does the study questions. I've always been like the life, from cheerleading, basketball. I even became president of school, of Mayfair, poetry. But due to me being a 16-year-old mom, I dropped out of school to work full-time jobs and to provide for him. So I stepped out of it, but I was determined to go back.
Right. That kind of set the tone for you. And as a 16-year-old mom, I had my first child in college, right? So I did it. But we're overcomers. We did what others say couldn't be done. And that's what you're telling me today.
So just to go back a little bit, when I became pregnant, I was on Eastern Stars as Gleaner Matron. I also was in quite a few things in school. When they found out I was pregnant, it became an embarrassment to them. So they made me get homeschooling from the school. I had a teacher, Mr. Charles, he'd come and tutor me. They wouldn't let me back and go to school. I had to step down from Gleaner Matron.
Wow.
And at that point, just going through them different trials of being judged, I knew I couldn't give up. But when I got to the point to where I was able to make it on my own, I said, okay, I got this. And I dropped out. But having a son also motivated me that I had to get my diploma to keep going.
That's it.
Show him why you have to do this.
That's right. That was your motivation. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. And thank you for your transparency. Let me say that now. Thank you for your transparency. We know transparency builds trust, and you're giving us that. I love this. I love how you tell us your background and the storytelling part of that. You're great at that. I love that.
You're welcome.
So let's talk about confidence. Confidence with women, confidence, as business owners. How did you know what confidence was, and did you always have it?
When I lost it. When I lost it.
For that one. I wasn't ready for that.
When I lost it. I used to be this slim, slim waist, nice shaped. And you don't realize when you're younger, really what your shape is as much as you do as now today's society.
Exactly.
And at 24, I found out I had lupus, and I started gaining weight because of the steroids. So I was going through different sizes. And I had women stop eating, girl. You was getting big. You lost the shape. It was so much negative. And I had, for a slight second, I got depressed. I'm like, hold up. But then I had to wake up and say, wait a minute, hold up. Do you know who you are? I'm not about to let my shape or my weight determine who I am. I got this. So
right.
I started dressing sexy and feeling good and owning it, really owning it, no matter what. And that's what got me where I'm at. I'm gonna say some of it, but
I love it.
And then I want to give it back. That's what also inspired me to open up He Love Curves. And I realized the name comes from no matter what shape, size I was, men love me. So that's He Love Curves.
That's powerful. That's powerful. And just as an added note, you are my lupus warrior sister.
Yeah.
That's how I'm your sister. So yeah, spoons to you.
Yeah, I receive it.
Absolutely. So my next question to you, amazing woman. What did the women around you, I guess around the women that were models to you or people that you listened to, how did they help shape the womanhood in you? How did they help you shape that world or that part of you in your existence?
Okay, this is a good one. I'm gonna start. You know what? I'm gonna start with my mother. My mom, she super amazing. She was a cop, and she was a cop. She gave up her life for us, me and my sister, because she wanted to make sure that she was going to be around for us to grow older, to see us.
Right.
And I watched her leave a good career to this company when AT&T first started. And when I tell you, I watched my mother as a leader run the company. I'm talking about they used to come over our house it's insane how many people she leaded and that believed in her though. So she took over AT&T from a small door-to-door to thousands and hundreds of people making a career out of it and really going hard. So that she's definitely number one.
Right.
Number two would definitely be my sister. We are day and night, but she has the heart of, man, it's special. She actually gave me my emotion to actually see things it's okay to feel free. She's a free spirit. So she's definitely part of my motivation. My grandmother, I watched her hold the tree down. I watched her hold the tree down. Granny gave me a lot of game. She's rest in peace. She has gave me a lot of game in my life. Dang, I could go. It's quite a few women growing up.
Right.
My aunt, she's definitely strong. She didn't tolerate anything. My auntie did not you can see it, you can have it. Don't stop.
Right.
Don't settle. So I would say them is about the ladies for me in my life growing up was very strong for me.
Yeah, they set the tone. They set the
Yeah,
precedent.
they set the tone, and it gave me the freedom of I can go. If anybody told me the real, it was them. And once I learned to overpower them, and I must say that, I was like, oh yeah, I got
Right.
it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Before I jump into the business talk and we start talking shop, I still want to dig a little bit deeper into you, the person, the personal brand. And it helps us understand what the global brand has become, what your brand has become. If you don't mind, I just want to ask you a couple more questions about that. You talked about having your child at a young age. You talked about the women in your life and how they set the tone and the precedents for you. So when it came to you thinking about what adulthood really is or what it will be for you, what were your thoughts around that? What was your plan, original plan for adulthood? I mean,
is it before the kid or after the kid? Before the kid or after the kid?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Next.
Before, give me both. Before the kid, before our precious baby, and then afterwards. Because, you know, we have to pivot as mothers. We pivot.
Okay. Before the kid, I would say I probably was just kind of living. I was floating. I don't think I had too many plans at the time. You know, I was 15, 14. I was just living, you know, and trying to come over some things I have been through in my life at an early age. After the kid, I said, you know, I'm gonna be a judge. I wanted to be a judge. I wanted to be a lawyer, become a judge.
Wow.
I wanted to live downtown in this nice apartment with this Thunderbird, and it was gonna be me and him against the world.
The Thunderbird.
That's the truth. Yes. I was in love with the two-door Thunderbird, and that was a dream car of mine there. So, yes, that was about my dreams.
I love it. 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 Love it. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Okay. So my last personal, I'm being nosy. So but we want to get to know you. We really want to get to know you here on the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. What was the defining moment or life-changing moment or event in your life before you, or what pushed you or catapult you to start this business venture? And that's where I'm going next. I'm going to segue into business, but I just want to know, what was that push? What was that defining moment, or was there a life-changing event that made you go, you kind of touched on it earlier, but I just want to bring that back to the table.
I have been in situations from rape and molestation, and been in low income, and people was comfortable around me. And I wasn't okay with it. I've always felt like I have to prove myself.
Right.
I was counted out before I was counted in.
Right.
So I was determined to pass the Monopoly board with Boardwalk and Park Place. No matter how many times I pass go for $200, I need them stops. I would not settle. And I lived in low income, you know, paying $3 a month. And this lady pulled up. I never forget, I was looking out the window. This lady pulled up in this Cadillac truck. It was red. She gets out the truck, and I'm looking out the window, and I'm just like, You know, it's not about what she had. I was like, I wonder, what do she do? Like, who is she? Because she was just put together.
Right.
And I looked and I said, you know what? I would not be pulling my Mercedes up to low income. And I'm not against it. I just felt like it was a stepping stone for me.
Right.
I called my mom, and she said, you can have whatever you want as long as you work for it. I said, I got you. So from that point, I went hard and I jumped out in my first house. I was paying $785 a month. Remind you, I was paying $3 a month and receiving a utility check to pay the bills. Right. So I never really paid bills. Don't have a clue how to balance this out. But I remember she said, listen, you can have what you want if you work for it.
That's it.
And I jumped out the bush, and I've been working ever since for it. And I was determined for my son to live in go to a great schooling, a great area. And as long as I was healthy enough to do it, I worked 3 jobs long enough to see him, get him up for school and get him back down for school. But I wasn't going to change my lifestyle because I went from free to now I had to work for it.
Wow. What an amazing story. That is phenomenal. You are truly an overcomer.
Thank you.
An overcomer, a survivor. Do you know how amazing you are? Girl. Yeah. You are.
We're not meant to be stopped.
Right.
We're not meant to be stopped. No matter what. And the odds was against me. I'm talking about badly. This short story, school guy dated in my neighborhood. You know, when you're younger, and his mom had told me, I was pretty much embarrassed because I had the baby.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, you'll never be able to pay real rent or live in nothing nice. She said, you're going to have a bunch of children. I said, okay, you're right. And that motivated me. And then you know what? And I bless her to this day because there's some things she said right. I won't pay real rent. I pay a mortgage. Me and my husband own an estate. I retire my parents. And I do have a bunch of children because we have adopted foster children. So she was definitely right. She just didn't put in the right word.
And she has no idea she was right, but
she know now.
Yeah, she. And
it's so much respect to her. Like I don't feel bad. I appreciate it. You know, it motivated me even more. So I'm okay, and I send lots of blessings and love to her for that.
What she did was underestimate you, and that became your superpower. Yes. You're my people, Shakara. You're my people. I love it. Underestimated, movers and shakers. I love it. I love it. Now let's segue into the business side of you, the business side of Miss Campbell, CC. Let's talk about that. As I was reading your bio and stating a few facts, I was like, okay, this is my community, plus size, curvy, that kind of thing, you know, and I love that. And there's a market and a community for all of us. Did you always know that you were going to go into business or even into this side of business, you know, selling clothes? Was that a part? Did that come to you early on, or was that something you fell into?
Not close, but I definitely always knew I was going to work for myself from the age of 4 to on up. I say that because I knew things that I didn't even think I know. Like I look at it now like that. How did I know that? My great grandmother, and I tell this story because it's still funny to this day. My great grandmother, we used to go over there for the weekends, and she's like in the basement out. She called me Teeny and my sister Buttons. Of course, she was the good one. So go down to the basement. She was like, y'all go help me clean the basement. I'm gonna give y'all 50 cents. And you go to the store and get, you know, some snacks. Now then 50 cents, it was penny candy. So that's 25 pieces of candy, a bag of chips. You know, it seemed like a lot. When I go down to the basement, I look, I'm just like, this, I'm gonna need more than 50 cents for this. I'm like, she wanted 50 cents, walk to the store, come all the way back. Oh, my snacks gonna be gone. The numbers didn't add up.
Right.
So she sent me upstairs for the broom. And I went upstairs for the broom. I never came back down. I sat in her chair and I ate cookies and I waited. And when she came upstairs, of course, I got in trouble. But my sister, she said, it's okay. You go to the store with me. I'm still going to buy you something. I was like, so I could work, not work as much and still get what I want.
Right.
I working smart and not hard. Let's go. I know. I was like 9 years old. I had hot dog stands. I sold hot dogs, lemonade, ice cream cones. My mom got on me one time because of I was a serial entrepreneur. Like I wasn't playing. She was making ribs. And this car came past about hot dogs, and the car's like, oh my God, those ribs smell good. Are you selling them? I'm like, of course I wasn't, but sure. My mom, she had the ribs. I was selling the bone.
Oh my goodness.
Everything was for sale. So I just knew what I was going to do. I knew I was going to be definitely working for myself.
Right. So if I were to ask you, were you exposed to this entrepreneurship thing early on? It kind of it became a part of your assignment and you had no idea, but you saw it. You were exposed to it in a different way. You kind of fell into it. Would you agree with that statement?
Definitely.
Awesome. Awesome. I love it. And I love your stories. You're so good at this. I love your stories. And I can relate to each and every one of them. I really can. So let's talk about going from, a lot of us are laptop entrepreneurs and we're selling stuff online and blah, blah, blah. But that's a different world from having a brick and mortar. I've had a brick and mortar and I've done the online thing. There's two different worlds. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what it takes to obtain a brick and mortar and what does that look like? Let's speak through the lens of an entrepreneur that has to open those doors to pay that rent or pay that commercial mortgage. It's not an easy task. You got payroll, you got to keep the lights on, you got to keep the water running, you got to keep the microwave plugged in. How do you do it?
Ooh, it's a process. It's definitely a process and you have to be patient. So before I got my first brick and mortar, I used to sell the clothes out of my trunk. But through the process, my paychecks, I used to buy a piece of furniture for the store every month. I'm talking about filling my room up with stuff. Clothing. I'm building my room up as if I knew I already had a location and I didn't. An associate of mine ended up bringing a location to my idea, and it's probably maybe a year later to me. And I talked to the landlord. He was like, the rent is $650 plus this, that, and that. And I was like, let me back up. Listen, you do not take no rent unless you add in your personal bills.
That's right.
So I said, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. We could do two things here. I could pay you $450 a month and always be on time. I said, and I'll take over the light bill. I could pay you $650 a month in a light bill, and you may have to call me sometimes because I'm not paying.
Go ahead, girl.
So he looked at me. He was like, "You got, He said, "You," and he was really lost the words of it because I came at him so fast. But it's the truth. I could not afford $650. He settled. He allowed me to do it for $450.
Mm-hmm.
And when I moved in, I already had all this stuff in my house. So I had pre-brought. It's not about just waiting to get lump sums of money. If you're going to start with what you got. Make it happen. I didn't take out no loans, no credit cards. I was a firm believer. If I can't invest in myself and fail, then I can't look for somebody else to invest in me. It's easier to give up when you use somebody else's money because you feel like it's not on you, but it don't make you put the work in that's hard. So I stayed in the brick and mortar, the first location for maybe about a year, about almost 2 years, maybe. Moved next door. And then my head location, which was on Superior, 33rd and Superior.
Nice.
So it was hard, but you have to trust the process.
Oh, you definitely have to trust the process. You really have to be strategic in every move you make. And you're talking some really good talk. We got a lot in common. We need to talk after this. We got a lot in common.
Don't feel like my first location, I had things, but not as much. And I was sitting there. And my sister's sitting there, waiting. I'm like, you know what? I got to do something different. And this guy had reached out to me about a billboard.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I could do your billboard for like $1,600. I was like, okay, cool. I'm like, I ain't got no money for that. Mm-hmm. I ain't about to do a billboard. So I did was I ended up going to the billboard on my own, found the information, researched it myself, went to the main location, and that billboard only cost me $500 a month.
Wow.
So what I did was I put up a billboard in a main location of where I was living at in my main neighborhood. One thing about it, you can have clothing, you can have whatever you want. If you have no customers, it means nothing.
Right.
So I was putting all my money into advertisement. And I had people coming in like, oh my God, and of course I ain't have what they wanted at the time. I said, just sold out, but it's on its way. But at that point, from them being able to meet me, actually see the location, they're like, I'm coming back. And that's how I build up. I just put my money into investing.
I love it.
Advertisement, not investment, advertisement.
Advertising. I love it. I love it because without marketing, if no one knows you exist, how will they buy your product or your services? They can't. They must know you exist. I just want to, one more question in this vein. One more question. What was your most teachable moment as a brick and mortar business owner? Or
out of all the years?
Yes.
Not researching.
Not
researching.
Unpack
and what I mean by that is I had got to a point in business, I'm doing good. I'm doing amazing. And I didn't have much help. Women didn't want to help. People didn't want to help you, especially when they want to give advice. So I doing business just by guessing as I go.
Right.
You know, the first person that would help me, you know, I'm thinking they great for me. And a guy, fake accountant, I thought he, you know, I was excited he wanted to help me, and I'm giving him all my information. Paying him monthly, $550 a month.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get taught about balance sheets, profit and loss sheets, or sales taxes. I had no clue. So now I get to a high peak in my moment to find out, guess what? I owe IRS like crazy. He never filed anything. He never reported nothing. And I got to this big contest. I came in first place 3 times, $100,000, and I couldn't take it from the table. They said, well, we thought that you had an accountant who prepare your taxes. I said, I do. They said, well, this say self-prepare. I say, what? Now I'm shocked. So when they asked me for the information, I'm like, oh, no worries. I can reach out to him. He got this. And I didn't research to make sure it was true. I didn't research to make sure what profit and loss was, balance sheets. I did not research to know, you know, what's real and what's fake. And it got me in a point to where I had to, you know, IRS, sales tax, sorry for your loss, but we're going to need what we see. What we feel like you owe, we're going to need it.
Right.
You know, even following my vendor license. I did not know, and a lot of people don't know still, and hopefully this helps somebody. When you file that vendor license, sales tax is automatically stopped. So if you don't make that account on Ohio Gateway, baby, they're going to estimate whatever they think you made because they know you in business. Right. And it's going to add from interest, the penalties all on it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And that's what happened. And I went in person and got my vendor license. They didn't even tell me, hey, when you get this, you got to do this. You got it. And just say, congratulations, here you go. And you walk out the door. So research.
You have dropped some nuggets. Oh my goodness. You have truly dropped some nuggets. For the sake of time, I mean, I can talk to you all day. I really can. I want to hone in at least on one more question, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I wanted to talk to you about motivational speaking because, you know, that's my thing. That's my vein. That's my jam. You are truly a motivator. You are truly an empowered woman in business, a business owner. How has motivational speaking helped you with all of the different things that you're doing? How has that kind of challenged you, stretched you, equipped you to be a better you, to be a better CC? How has that helped you?
Every person I could change or believe in themselves.
Yes.
Or allow them confidence to know that nothing can stop you. That is what helped me.
Yes.
My children, my husband, my family. That's what helped me. That's my peace. That's my motivation. So because they have put so much on hold for me, I cannot stop.
Wow. Please don't stop. Please don't stop being who you are. Please keep giving, keep leading us. And I guess this will be my last question before we ask you to tell our viewers and our listeners how they can get in touch with you. But as a business owner, as a leader, as an empowered woman, what advice would you give to us? Give us some last words.
What advice would I give to you? You need 50 no's, but 25 amazing yeses.
Love it.
You must keep God first. You must be okay to fail. You can make your first million by yourself, but you're going to need a team to make your second one.
That's it.
Stay and be you and believe in yourself.
That's it. That's it. I love
God
it.
and everything, like no matter what. Trust your process. You know, I say this, and I'm gonna end it with this. I always say don't cry till the ribbon get cut. And the reason why I say that is everybody has their own race, and you have to believe that.
Right.
Race, I stop and try my tennis shoes. I stop and drink some water. I check my emails. I might take a selfie. No matter who's going faster than me, I don't allow them to come in my vision. I already won because God told me it's at the end.
That's it.
And I don't have time to cry in the middle of it because guess what? When you cry, your emotions stop you. Now that small bump look bigger. The small bumps look crazier. But no, there's no need to cry. But when you make it to the end, now you have a reason to cry and cut the ribbon. So it's your race. Trust your process. Tie your shoes up. It's okay.
I'm trying to contain myself. I don't want to get up and start running around the room, but that was powerful. Thank you. Thank you for leaving us with those words of encouragement and a great reminder. That was just powerful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please let our listeners, before we let you go, please let our listeners and our viewers know how to contact you, how to get involved with all the amazing things that you have going on. I can't believe the time is gone. I have to talk to you more and more and more. Please let us know how we can reach you outside of this program, and we hope you come back. But let us know how to connect with you.
Okay. You can definitely reach me on sharkiaspace.com. Instagram, Sharky is such a boss. Also, he loves Curse Boutique too. That's it, right? Come shop. You can reach me. Definitely at sharkiaspeaks.com. Google me, sharkiaspeaks.com. Any comments? Definitely reach out. And I definitely want to say this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Black Business and Black Olympics, it has been an honor. And the way things work, God definitely dropped this when he was supposed to. So I'm shocked. I'm very appreciative for it. So thank you so much.
We absolutely love you. We hope that you come back. I apologize again for fobbing over your name a little bit there, but I'm gonna call you Cece if that's okay. Okay.
That's okay. I earned that name, so it's okay. Now I definitely earned it.
That's it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, please make sure you connect with Ms. Campbell. She's amazing. She's a serial entrepreneur. She has the receipts, the results, and the scars to prove it. Please, please connect with her, support her, and welcome her to your community. She's what we need.
Yes.
And I'm going to say to everyone, genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Okay.
All right. So we've had a fantastic speaker here. I feel empowered. I feel encouraged. I just want to let everyone know why we are doing the Black Business Olympics. It is to support high school students and helping them to get scholarships, helping them to understand the power of leadership. That's what the Black Business Olympics is all about. Our mission is to raise funds for the high school seniors, like I said, going to college, K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Let me repeat that. Please go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. There is a button on that website where you can donate and support Black Business Olympics, because we're doing this for the kids, not for us. That's why we're coming here. If you need to use Cash App, that's on the screen as well. It is $ B as in boy, B as in boy, X as in xylophone, USA, BBX USA. That is our Cash App handle. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our sponsors. Some of our sponsors are NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margin McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Leo Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, of course, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. My name is Nikki Curry. Thank you for joining us today. Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest-growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Why do I do what I do? My life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Lewis. Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Lewis.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have the honor and privilege to speak with, and share with Mrs. Kenyatta Clark. Let me tell you a little bit about Kenyatta before I bring her on. Kenyatta Clark is a multifaceted professional entrepreneur and justice advocate with expertise spanning in accounting, insurance, finance, law, and community service. With 3 degrees in accounting and paralegal technology, she has 19 years of experience in the insurance industry, 17 years in civil procedure and justice advocacy, and 12 years as an entrepreneur. Wow. She's also a licensed bail bond agent and forensic accountant. Kenyatta is committed to financial literacy, justice reform, and community empowerment. As a former Town of Cabarro Racial Equity Commission member and North Carolina Bail Agents Association member, she continues to advocate for equity, financial independence, and legal education. Her lifelong mission is to be an agent of change. Welcome to the show, Ms. Kenyatta Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again. I'm grateful to be here.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. I look forward to this discussion. I know it is going to be robust and memorable. Thank you for joining us. So before I jump into our fireside, because I love talking to entrepreneurs like you, I can tell based on that short introduction that I read, tell us a little bit something about you that's not on that bio. Give me something that's not stated on that bio.
I mean,
I'll put you on the spot.
At the core of it all, I'm just a dedicated mother who loves people. And so my work is about first not being hard on myself, but also not being hard on others. And so I live my life with plenty of grace and compassion.
That's so important. That's so, so important. So let's jump in. We're going to spend a few minutes together and we're going to have a great conversation. I know our listeners and our viewers are going to take away many nuggets from you, a serial entrepreneur. You're an advocate for justice and reform, and we so need you. Thank you for doing all that you do. Okay.
Thank you.
So my first question to you is, what inspired you to pursue the careers in both finance and legal justice advocacy? That's a whole loaded platform there. Talk to us about that.
Well, I started my career in insurance, actually, and it was through there that I learned the importance of understanding contracts. It just merged into me getting the legal education necessary to properly navigate the world of business, right? Because everything's about a contract, right? You have nothing if it's not on paper. In general, it just seems to be an issue with accountability across the board, right? And I'm grateful for business practices that hold people to that standard of being accountable to do what they say they will do. That's what it's always been for me. It's just like one thing streamlined into the other, which was really, it turned into me just looking to be able to provide for my family. And one thing led into the other one, finance, like I said, understanding contracts. And then the legal work that I ended up getting into was because, people that look like us end up getting a not so fair shake across the board, right? From the boardroom to the courtroom. And so that's where a lot of the justice advocacy comes from, because you find that people out here living life a lot of times are not aware of their rights. Right. And then it's just a matter of navigation, right? Because like I like to tell people a lot of times, life will always life, right? It's a matter of how we navigate. Right. So for me, you said serial entrepreneur, it'd be like I pursue one thing, and then I end up pivoting into the other just out of necessity.
Right.
To be there for my people.
Oh, I love that answer. And you're bringing up a lot of things. As a business owner and entrepreneur for many, many years, and having to deal with different contracts, especially for those people I represent that are speakers, and some high level speakers, that contract word, I hate to say this, but a lot of times we are duped because we're not reading. Contracts can be scary. What's your take on that? I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but you brought up something in me.
Listen, call me Alice. I'll go to Wonderland with you. We can go down that rabbit hole because you're absolutely correct, right? And then
I'm having flashbacks.
Work when you understand the words and the contract language, they're not expecting that because I'm gonna bring up consideration is the first thing. Well, what am I going to benefit?
Right.
With this thing that you're holding me to, because I'm going to perform my end, right?
Right.
I'm 110% anything that I pursue, but what did that compensation look like?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you said, if it's not in the contract, it's really not valid, right?
Absolutely.
And I have learned that the hard way, working with some of these high level speakers, their handler is calling me like, well, no, he's not doing that because that's not in the contract. I love you, Nikki Curry, but he's not doing that. Yes. So I'm sitting back like, oh my gosh, lesson learned.
Yes. And a lot of it is about, I think
lesson learned, if it's not in writing, it's not valid.
That's right. And what happens is the uncomfortable conversations that we're not willing to have up front, right? See, because we have the conversations, then it translates into the contract. But if we were afraid to broach the issue of compensation, of really laying out the things of our expectations, then what are we really going to be holding a person accountable to?
That's right.
And a lot of times with these contracts, I've seen people don't know how to translate numbers into words. So if you say, I get this and this, I'm expecting that in addition to this to get both, right? Because and denotes addition, right? We're talking about division. So it's just like the different words that denote the different things. And it's very important to have those conversations up front so that when I read this paper and it doesn't have the things that we discussed, we need to have that here included.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, I've had my fair shake, as a business owner, like I said, and working with people and some of these Hollywood people. I'm shaking just thinking about it because I had to realize, okay, this is a different ball game.
Absolutely.
And you got to be accountable for this. You got to dot your I's and cross your T's, and they're just doing their job. You know what I mean? So you can't just, Nikki, you can't just pretend like, oh, they're going to do it because they like you. No, I've made that mistake before, Kenyatta. I can admit that. Oh, we love you, Nikki. We'll do anything for you. But when it really comes down to the brass tacks, if that information, business owners, leaders, all of that, if that information is not in writing, they don't have to do a doggone thing for you.
That's right. That's right. And what you say when you talk about people of a certain stature and celebrities and things like that, I think what gets lost is a lot of the times they'll have the financial means, right? But the structure is not in place. This is how you have a lot of celebrities that die without a will. And so all of that money that they accumulated goes back to the state or the attorneys that have to fight over who gets what. And it's really a shame to see, which it robs us, right? And where we have that generational gap and the loss of the wealth that passed down that we missed. And it goes right back to these institutions and systems that don't look out for us in the end.
Exactly. Ooh, you're talking good now, but I am having flashbacks. I will admit I'm sweating a little bit over here because
share your story. Yes, there's power in that.
Yes, teachable moments. Teachable moments.
So once you got burned that first time, you never got burnt again, right? And it may have been possible you going forward to conduct yourself in a business manner, because that's the place where we don't get personal. We don't get to have the attachments, and it's like that for a reason. Never take anything personal, but always get it in writing.
That's it. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna move on because I don't want to hog up the show, but I can talk to you about this all day because my goodness. Let's talk about, you have degrees in accounting and paralegal technology. First, I know what accounting is. Paralegal technology. Explain that to me, and then tell us, how does these things, these degrees, these disciplines, how do they impact your work or complement your work? Let's talk about that.
Okay, so basically, like you said, so the accounting piece was totally by coincidence. I initially pursued the paralegal technology degree, but once I went into interning for attorneys and saw that they were not willing to pay paralegals a certain way. However, they would pay someone to do their books, is when I made the switch. But because I'm a person that never halfway does anything, I went back to complete the paralegal degree once I got the accounting degree.
Wow.
Legal research and writing was one of my passions. And once I was made aware of certain rights and what they were, it was just like, it surprised me how much people didn't know legally. Like, we always think about what's right, what's fair. Well, and legality is a whole other thing, right? And so I love that about it, because it allowed the gray area. But on the accounting side, working with numbers allows me to be more black and white, literally, in terms of it's either this or that. And so it just allows me to have a certain fluidity in life where I can, develop a business, work a business, but also I'm not afraid to, file taxes, to deal with the IRS. I'm not afraid to do the things that require going over the numbers. Because that's where a lot of people get into trouble, is like when they owe the IRS money. One of the stories I always tell people is about like Rihanna and how her accountant stole millions of dollars from her. And I think it's always important to have a background knowledge of accounting of some sort, so that doesn't happen to you. Don't accumulate so much wealth that you're not able to go back to, look at your own books. You need to always have a firm standing on where you are financially, so that people can't take advantage of you, which also goes back to the contract thing, right? If I know, you know what I mean? If I know over here that this works this way, or my rights are this actually, then I know that I'll be safe over here when it's time to deal with the government. And it's just a matter of me collaborating with the professionals in terms of my tax person or my attorney, and I can sit in the meeting and be comfortable with what they're talking about, and be on the same page, and not just, oh well, I'll let you guys deal with it, and I'll just pay you for the service. But you need to know what's coming in, what's going out. That's from a business standpoint to a personal finance standpoint, because everything is about, like, we're in America, everything was founded on commerce. And not to mention, insurance itself was which speaks to my financial background. I learned that, insurance first started with the slave trade, right? That was how we were able to, bring a lot of our ancestors to this country. They insured them. That's where a lot of your insurance companies came from, Connecticut and places like that, the 13 colonies, based out of there. And so all those things just work hand in hand, and it just allows me, once again, like I said, to be able to navigate life, right, and not be able to take things personally. So if so on the legal standpoint, people will say, oh, the system is broken and things like that, but it's like, no, actually the system is doing everything it was designed to do. I think it's just a matter of bringing those in that maybe want to implement the change. Hence why I say I want to be an agent of change, because I want my life to be proof of power to say, it's not necessary to ever judge a person from what they come from or to count a person out, but everyone has potential. We're not broken, right? There's nothing to be fixed, right? We are all worthy of redemption at the end of the day.
Love it. Love it. And everything you're saying, you're dropping so many nuggets there, and even some background and some history. That is so important. And we don't even know that. We don't even think about that. Everything stems from commerce. Business owners, entrepreneurs, founders, listen up. Leaders, listen up to what she's saying. And the truth of it all, and the takeaway from this conversation, as business owners and entrepreneurs, the accounting piece and that legal piece are two of the most important pieces of doing business. And if we don't have professionals like yourself in our corners or on our payroll or in our business, we will fail. We will fail.
Absolutely.
There's so much we don't know. It's so much we don't know. We need you all.
Yes. Yes.
But we try to sidetrack that part of the
Yes, like a shade tree mechanic, and that's just not the place to do it. As a paralegal, I see that a lot because I'm not able to necessarily charge what an attorney charges, right? And then my money the way in which they do. And as a paralegal, I noticed that they don't see the value, like society in general, in what I offer as a service, but it is so necessary. Like when we talk about justice advocacy, I believe so strongly in that as a mother of 6. So I do things like sit in with people if they end up getting a child protective service investigation, sit with them to make sure their rights are being upheld, and social services is doing their piece in terms of upholding the family and their rights in that regard. But like you said, a lot of people, when it comes to providing a service, it would be hard for them to see the value in it. And this is across the country and across races, right? Because I always the example of, they don't know that, like Elvis Presley, he hated the IRS so much that not the IRS, that he hated the accountants so much that he allowed the IRS to do his taxes, which made it where he paid so much more in taxes than what he probably should have, because he let them do them for him, because he did not want to work with accountants. I think that, like you were speaking to, people have such a fear of become shut down about working with certain professionals for whatever their hang-ups, but there's someone out there for everyone that speaks to whatever your background, and you should just never negate having a professional to do the things for you.
That's right. It would save you money in the long run. It would save you time and stress in the long run. Have these people
empower you. That's important.
Exactly. Find someone that you can trust. Find someone that that has your back and you can talk to and communicate with, and it's a win-win for both sides. But we can't do this. That's not my lane. I mean, I got through accounting in college, but barely. I can count. But
insurance, I used to go through it, and I had to get out of it, because you would have a lot of people coming into insurance and not knowing, how is it that you spend your hard-earned dollars for insurance coverage and you don't know how your policy works? Well, that's even more so the case when you go on these .com sites to get your insurance policy. Now you don't have a person you can refer to. Hey, listen, I went to go warm my car up downstairs and I came back down there and now my car is gone. You don't have a person to call and say, oh, okay, well, that would be a comprehensive claim. Let me give you the number to claims, and you can and you have this type of deductible, and this is what happens. But that's what I used to deal with in insurance all the time. Like a lady had some policemen had ran into her car, right? Municipalities are self-insured. So it's not like your insurance company deals with their insurance company to get your stuff fixed when it wasn't your fault. It was like insurance company was just going to let her take the fault for it. When she would have a at-fault accident on her record when it wasn't her fault, the police department got into a high-speed chase. Now she's out of transportation, right? And it's like, no, she needs, and so I would step in on the advocacy part, in which cases, was totally against what I was supposed to do, right? Because I'm supposed to always be there for the company, but I always like to put people first because it was necessary when they are paying their monies to pay the premium, that they know how their stuff works.
That's right.
And I was like, if they're dealing with me human to human, that's the level in which I'm going to transact this business.
And there's nothing, I don't care anything about the AI, the robots of the bots of the bots of the bots. There's nothing that replaces a human being. And let's not forget that. I mean, I'm cool with AI and all that good stuff, but I only use it for certain reasons. It will not replace a human being.
That's right. And that care and concern, right? And that's another piece when we go to the legal side of it, because when we see the disparaging results of what happens in a courtroom, right? You have two people, two different races that will have two totally different outcomes. Well, nobody says that these judges have to keep their bias in check, right? Because self-awareness is key in whatever work you're doing. But there's a lack of accountability when it comes to people, whatever their bias is, them walking into their work and placing that to the side to be fair and equitable in all their decisions.
Gotcha. That is so important. That is so important. Oh, I mean,
today from jail, I'm not worried about what their race is. I'm not even worried about what the crime is alleged that they committed. My duty is to make sure that I do the things that I need to do to get them out, because my perspective is you're in a better position fighting your charges outside of the jail than inside of the jail, because we already know your safety is in jeopardy in those environments. Not to mention, as a taxpayer, I don't want to be held with feeding you and housing you as a person in jail, right? So people think about how one thing feeds into the other. On the accounting perspective, I tell people don't like to pay taxes, but they love to drive on smooth roads. And we just think about things in society and how one thing assists the other and making it where we can navigate life, right? Because roads is so important.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. I want to pivot a little bit because time is flying. Oh, and I can keep you for another 2 hours, but I can't. I want to pivot a little bit more because this accounting and legal work is so important since this is the Black Business Network, we need to speak our language. We need to speak to our community. I want you to tell me about forensic accounting, first of all, just in case some people are not sure what that is. Tell me about that. Who is it for? And why is it important?
Okay. All right. So that is a great question. And thank you for asking that, because it's a big thing that you usually don't hear about until you get into circles of, people that are making the millions and gazillions of dollars. But forensic accounting is really just about following the money and where it's going, right? On a day-to-day basis, it'll be like you're getting a divorce and maybe someone's hid some money, and you just want to get a firm grip on what the assets actually are so we can equitably distribute those, right? So that's like a divorce proceeding, where a forensic accountants are used, and they're paid about $165 an hour. That's on a personal end. On a more broader spectrum, it would be like federal programming, right? And some of this grant funding and things like that. Well, you'd be surprised to know that a lot of these municipalities are funding projects and things locally, right? But a lot of times those funds are not trickling down to those it's meant to impact. And that's where forensic accounting comes in great. For me, it's worked on the advocacy level because in the town of Carborough, we've implemented things where the 501c3 nonprofit organizations come to us to the town for certain projects, and they want the funding. and so we asked them questions about their that deals with racial equity, like with what lens they're working on, and then where did the money go and who is it impacted, and then as a result, like who does it harm, who does it hurt, the cost benefit analysis of it. But it's far ranging, but it's, once again, like we said with the contracts, it's one of those pieces that people get uncomfortable about,
right?
Because this is where a lot of the things where you're like, well, if this amount of COVID funds came, why isn't it happening? So I'll give you a great example. So I was on the Racial Equity Commission, and we had this opportunity for a COVID grant. The powers that be wanted to fund a project to where they would give blankets and something to the homeless that were already in place. And so my colleagues and I were like, well, there are people that are just trying to struggle to be in place where they are now. They're losing their housing.
Right.
So why don't we implement something to help those to stay where they are? Because we had some instances where some homeless people were dying in the parking garage of Interfaith Council. So things like that. So obviously, there was a disconnect, but it's like there are people that need this, so let's help the people.
Right.
So it was that type of deal, and we were able to do that, and those were the ways that it trickled down, and it helped a lot of people. So I was grateful to do that, but I was just shocked that, like, wow, we were going to miss that opportunity. And this grant gave people like up to $6,000 in housing assistance, or $1,500 in transportation or childcare, versus, the blankets for the homeless people in our town who, I mean, we're talking about, we live in a place where the police are so bored, they are, pulling people over at the bus stop, like running their names and arresting them, stuff like that. So it's like, I don't know if, it's like we want this to make sense for what we're actually dealing with, because Orange County is one of the richest counties in the country with the highest poverty rate. And so with numbers like that, it's like the dollars don't really translate, and the opportunities are there, just not being taken advantage of. And that's what forensic accounting has been able to help me, because I'll sit on those commissions and those boards and be able to look at a financial statement to follow exactly what went where, and where I'm not seeing the impact, right? Where somebody's life has been elevated due to this funding. It's like, well, somebody's got to answer to this.
That's right. That's right. That's right. This is a great segue into my next question. Like I said earlier, you wear many hats in the accounting, the legal, bail bondsman. I mean, you do a lot of work and a lot of community work. I want to unpack a few things here when it comes to this community leadership and equity work. It's funny that word came up because I just had a discussion about equity work and equity leadership, which is a hot topic right now. Tell us some of the things that you're doing, or some of the challenges, behind the scenes challenges that you're facing or that your work encounters. What are some of the things that people don't see? They don't know about these silent battles that you're dealing with. Talk to us about that.
So one of them would be the biggest one being about racial equity, right? It's almost as if it's something that got lost in translation.
Yes.
And everybody speaks about racial equity. It's racial equity. It's not DEI. It's not inclusion. Because if we put racial equity in a box with everything else, it gets diluted. And with the town of Carrboro, I saw where they were putting racial equity under environmental issues,
right?
And it was like, no, racial equity is its own thing,
right?
And without that, we will continue to see some of the issues that we're having. A great example would be like a conversation I had with the lady that was a professor. And of course, she didn't look like me, right? But she was just talking about how the woman has had it so hard, right? And here I am, a Black woman, talking to her to tell me about how the Black man had the right to vote before I said the white woman. And so where do you put that puts the Black woman at the very end of the totem pole, which is so unfortunate because, I mean, as a Black woman, I mean, I've never known my grandma to leave anybody out. And so where we uphold the Black woman where she needs to be, I feel like we as a society will be transformed, and a lot of these things that we're running into and these brick walls would no longer exist, because where we empower Black people, we just don't leave anybody out.
That's right.
And as a grandmother of a biracial grandchild, it's like everybody's gonna win when the tide rises.
That's right.
You know what I mean? She's gonna have access to generational wealth thanks to me, right?
Love it.
It's gonna be important for her to know her Black side, and that she is that, even though she might have the look where she can pass, right, as a white woman in America, but she needs to know that she's Black. And that's what racial equity is to me. It's like, like you just can't forget us. We can't be destroyed.
We're unforgettable. We are unforgettable.
Right. And that's what it is. But the more you forget about us, the more issues you're going to have in society.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Brother against brother, mother against mother. It's like, until we hold the pinnacle of where things really matter, which is, you look at the most overlooked person in society would be the Black woman. It's like, until we get there to where we're holding her as the pinnacle, we're just going to continue to have these aimless situations and movements and things that come and go. And this is why I've always been a champion for racial equity.
Love it. Love it.
Important. Equality is something different, right? It's like, I think I just saw a debate about like with healthcare, and biologically we are different, right? So there can be no equality there, right? But where you say equity, we're talking ownership. We're talking, put the supports in place so that I can be neck and neck with you, right? Regardless of, but no, they say, oh, you have to earn your reparations. This is the conversation. It's like, no, I don't have to earn anything. Look outside. This is off of my back.
That's it. That's it.
Until we get there and keep that as the focus, we're gonna continue to be all over the place with this thing.
Woo. You're talking real good. You're talking some good stuff there. And I could talk to you for hours.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I had 3 other questions to pop in my head, but the time has come.
You just think total destruction. So it's like, we just should probably prepare ourselves for that until we get to that place. But yeah, that's just really what it's gonna take. You know what I mean? And a reset of this whole strong Black woman narrative. We've got to get over that too, and that push through and just have love and compassion for each other. Yes. Like, I see you out in the street. Like I said, I'm not here to be hard on myself first, but I'm definitely not hard on you. But it's gonna be like, sister, I know it took a lot for you to come outside today. What can I do for you? How may I help? And that's what my work has really been about. And for me, it doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, but I'm gonna be for Black first.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much. Again, I can go on and on and on and on with you. Please let our listeners and our viewers know how to contact you, get in touch with you, work with you, advocate with you, stand with you. How can people get in touch with you?
Well, right now, social media is the best place to reach out to me via Facebook. It's Kenyatta Clark. I have an Instagram page, which is Walking in Wellness. And that would be the best way to reach me until you see me again.
I love it. We hope that you will come back on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. We need you. We need the work that you're doing. Please keep being you.
Yes, and you guys.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. My name is Nikki Curry, and I want you to know and remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. All right. why we do the Black Business Olympics. It is so important for everyone to understand the reason why we're here. We are here to help raise funds for our scholarship fund. The scholarship fund is designed to help high school seniors receive laptops. These are high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for these students, and we want you to help us support this particular platform and these wonderful and amazing students. You can donate to our scholarship fund at blackbusinessexpousa.com, or you can use our Cash App handle, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to this scholarship fund. And we also want to quickly thank our sponsors. Some of our sponsors are NC100, Suede Soul, Step Management, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Executive Women's Success Institute, Genius is Common, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you, everyone. Again, my name is Nikki Curry. Remember, genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening, and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraiture. instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. You know, when they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a Black man artist, even though I'm a Black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks' photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.